Good morning, DL. Good to see ya, Giselle. Oh, that rhymed. Good morning, DL. Good morning, Giselle. Okay, let's have a word of prayer. And Adam, you tuned in. Good job. Good to see you. Let's have a word of prayer. See if we can coax a few more on here in a little bit. Let's pray. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for the little bit of the nice day, even though it's a little cooler right now. A little cool, I should say. Um, the sun's supposed to come out and warm it up, but thank you. Help us as we just continue on through this week, finishing up this grading period. Help us to stay focused, diligent, um, getting things done, not procrastinating until the last day. But thank you, Father, for the progress that we've made. Help us today. Grant us this day in thy precious name. Amen. Okay. And Lacey, good to see you. Got two more to go. Okay. Today. Shh. Okay. Guys, quiet please. Okay, we're starting to. The next person we're talking about is. Good job. I'd like to see that. Yes. Proud. Avery, I'm proud of you. Yes. Not now. Not now. Well, you shouldn't have started it that soon. Oh, come on. No. Finish it quickly. Huh? That's because he didn't put English on it. Backspin. You know how to. Oh, well. Okay. Shh. Ladies. Thank you. Please. Okay. The angry man. The angry person, should say. Do you find in your life. Shh. Okay. Enough warnings. Checks are going down. Do you find in your life. I do. That it is much easier to get mad and let that mad go to anger than it is to do the other side, go into meekness and gentleness. Okay? And rightly so, because that's the sinful nature coming out. Okay? The ugly passion of an angry man, it's like fire. It's like igniting the hearts of those who run with him. Okay? You set a twig on fire. That twig in the fireplace is going to cause everything else to catch on fire. A forest fire is started, or a prairie fire or whatever, is started by a little spark, and that spark spreads. Okay? Because it's easily spread, Derek. Okay. It's so it's easier for the fire, the anger, to spread than it is the meekness of it. A person learns anger. Okay. Proverbs 22:25 says, "Lest thou learn his ways and get a snare to," should be thy soul. The ugly passion of an angry man are like. That's the verse I probably should have had there. I don't know where that other slide came from. Okay. So a person living with anger just comes quickly. Learns his ways. Fire spreads quickly. So don't let it get to your heart. Don't let it become a desire in your life. Okay? The drunken person is one who enjoys drinking and getting drunk. Plain and simple. We need to, whoever's talking over here needs to stop. We need to watch ourselves, watch for the bait that Satan's putting out there. Okay? The commercials on TV make alcohol look appealing. Thank you. Okay? And as freely and as easily as they drink it on the shows, it's not what they make it out to be. Okay? So we gotta watch the bait. Don't give in to it. Proverbs 23:29-35 says, Who shall woe? Who hath sorrow? Who hath contentions? Who hath babblings? Who hath wounds without cause? Who hath redness of the eyes? They that tarry, and I was not sick long at the wine. They that go to seek mixed wine, look not thou upon the wine when it is red, when it giveth his color in the cup, when it moveth itself aright. At the last it biteth like a serpent, and stingeth like an adder. Thine eyes shall behold strange women, and thine heart shall enter perverse things. Yea, thou shalt be as he that lieth down in the midst of the sea, or as he that lieth upon the tip of the mast. They have stricken me, shalt thou say, and I was not sick. They have beaten me, and I felt it not. When shall I awake? I will seek it yet again. These verses are point blank. It gives you, in these verses, the signs of people that are drinking, the red eyes. And what's happening, Gabby, that's one. What's happening is the strong drink is taking over the life. Making a person do something that they probably normally wouldn't do. At least I wouldn't hope they wouldn't do. Where is it here? Lying down in the midst of the sea. Okay? Or climbing to the tip of a mast. Okay? And those last verses. Okay? This last verse. They have stricken me, thou shalt say, I was not sick. They have beaten me, and I felt it not. Okay? How many times do you hear on the news where a drunkard causes an accident and kills the people that they hit, and yet they survive? Many times. Almost all the time. Okay? The reason is because the alcohol numbs the body. Okay? And they don't feel it, or they absorb all that. Okay? With the drunkard? A lot of times they come out of a major accident with nothing. Well, that's true in that case on head-on collisions. Okay? Who knows? I mean, why it happens that way, but it happens. And so the drunkard that caused the accident comes out of it with nothing, whereas the person that they hit dies in a lot of cases or gets severely injured. Okay? And then, well, I won't go into politics. Okay? But these verses are pinpoint on what's happening. So, sadness, suffering, fighting, wounds cause perverse action to come out. People lose their feelings and control, and addiction starts happening. Okay? People would say things being under the influence a lot more than they would say by not. I'm watching. I'm watching. Okay. Hello, Jaden. Hello, Jeremiah. We're still waiting for one. The why. That's how you spell her name with the Y. Because. Because she's not on yet. Okay. Have we done now? Okay, here we go. Next verse. Psalms 106, 34 to 35. They did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord commanded them, but were mingled among the heathen and learned their works. Shh. So what happened to the people of Israel here? Now we're talking about the drunkards here. They mingled among the heathen and they learned their works. The more you are associating with them, the easier it is to to do what they do. Okay? You may the first time be able to tell them no. You may be able to tell them no. But then they're going to say, oh, come on. Come on. They may accept it the first time, maybe the second time. But pretty soon, the temptations or the tempting gets stronger and stronger. And your willpower gets less and less. And they know when they've got you. Okay? So they keep going after you. Okay? Well, the easiest way to avoid those situations is don't get in the situation. Stay totally away. Okay? That's the easiest way to avoid it. How do you avoid it? That's the hard part. Because you don't want to cause problems. You don't want people to think of you in the wrong ways. But at the same time, you don't want other people to think of you in the wrong way either by doing the wrong. So the best way to show love for those who do not walk according to God's word is not to sit down with them, but to labor for their conversation. If this fails, then you avoid them. The changeable person. This is the person that easily tires of what he's doing, wants to find a new interest, or is moody and unpredictable. Proverbs 24, 21 to 22, it says, My son, fear thou the Lord and the king, and meddle not with them that are given to change. For their calamity shall rise suddenly, and who knoweth the ruin of of them both. Good to see you, Yuvia. This person easily tires of what he's doing, wants to find a new interest. Moody, unpredictable. Unstable, dissatisfied. Spreads those characteristics to those around them. They begin the school year with a flourish, but then they soon tire of studying and working and memorizing, getting work done on time. Now, what you got to keep in mind, and we joke on those things a little bit, okay? But what you got to keep in mind is that God, God's not, God is unchanging. Gabby 2, Adrian 1, Derek 1. Okay? Keep in mind that God is unchanging. Okay? He's never going to change his path. But our path keeps going like this. Well, God's is straight. Okay? We come back and we meet him. And then we disappear. And then we come back and meet him again. And then we disappear again. Okay? Why not try to find his path? It's tough sometimes. I know. But this is the challenge for you. Find the right path. Okay? Some illustrations of avoiding the ungodly. I'm not going to read the skit there. The person. Okay? You can write these down. I'll just leave it there. But avoid. Okay? You know what's happening. You know what's coming. You know what you should do. Thing is, we don't want to do it. Because a lot of times it's the right thing to do. And therefore we don't want to do what's right. Plain and simple. Okay? It's more fun to do what's wrong. It's more fun to get in trouble or to try and get by with something. Okay? And then we feel the consequence when the problem, or when we feel it when the consequence comes. Okay? So, you know what to do. Okay? Find a result. Find the way out. You guys are playing these games, these Minecraft games or whatever you want to call them, where you are trying to find certain passages to get out of these areas or whatever. Okay? Okay? Well, take that, as hard as you work on those situations, take it and apply it to your life and work just as hard. Okay? Okay, so my lesson. See how far we can get. Teacher's lesson. What avoiding is not. It's not being unfriendly. Avoiding the wrong is not being unfriendly. I have a number 2 on here. Did I miss something? Did I miss a first part of this? No? Well, so I probably took out, oh, there it is. I didn't see the teacher's lesson. Okay, there's the one. Okay. So it's not being unfriendly. It's not being unkind. Neither one of those fit this situation. Okay? You can avoid them and still be friendly and still be kind to them. Okay? Number 3 in my The threefold purpose of avoiding. First of all, to win the Lord and to restore the wayward. Okay? Amethyst, one. We're racking them up, guys. I'm sure there was other ones involved there too, but her voice is the one I heard. Okay? So, count yourselves lucky right now, guys. Don't respond to evil with more evil. Live honestly and honorably before men. If possible, live at peace with all men. Not always possible. Okay? But if possible, we should try. We should try to live peaceable with all men, but sometimes it's not. Okay? Don't seek revenge. Respond to cruelty with kindness. Don't be overcome by evil. Overcome evil with good. Don't kick the person in front of you, okay? Because that only causes more problems. I'm joking, but I'm serious. Okay? You got them? Okay. Because we fear offending God, or this is what it should be. If we do these things, okay, the wrong part of them, we should fear that we are offending God. Why? Because we know our weaknesses. You know what your weakness is. Okay? Try to avoid those situations. We still have a lot to do, don't we? Okay, let's see if we can get these, okay? Avoid our weaknesses. Okay? Let's see if we can go through these real quick, guys. We've been talking about them, so we're just highlighting now. Okay, the four stair steps to sin. Step one, the relationship. You have a contact. The response is anger and grief that usually comes. Contact, response is anger and grief. Step two, the relationship is familiarity. Response is becoming accustomed to it. Step three, the relationship is integration. Our response to this is that we accept what's going on. And our fourth step, the relationship, participating. Agreement. We're agreeing with it if we're going to participate. So avoid the contact. Don't become familiar with it. Don't integrate into the situation and don't participate. See what you can do in your walk today for God. Give him the glory, okay? Ask him to help you. DLs, good to see you. We'll see you in about 2 to 3 hours, okay? That's going to conclude lesson day. Verse quiz tomorrow, Proverbs 15:1. So there will not be online class. We'll just do our verse quiz, okay? Tomorrow's the end of the grading period. Get all of your missing work in and bump our grades up, okay? See you guys later.
All right, guys, for those of you in distant learning, please comment that you are here. We are taking our literature quiz today, so I've sent it to you guys through email or through text. So make sure you guys take that and send it to me by the end of today. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you guys were paying attention yesterday, it should be okay. And if you wrote down notes that I told you to write down, Adrian, sit down. Is that cologne? Body spray? You don't need it right now. Put it away. You wrote it down, the theme of God's grandeur, who wrote the works, and our discussion of the bells yesterday.
Okay, so I just you two everlasting, sorry. So that Hopkins was that
Austin, study. The more you're talking to me, the less time you're studying, which you should have already done.
She told the pages, for God's sake.
Amethyst.
It's all about that. Ask if I just put
Adrian, stop talking.
correct.
Austin, stop talking. Maya and Sophia, please stop talking. Sorry. I've already mentioned it so many times, you don't need to tell her. Sophia, which day did you distant learn this week? Mm-hmm. Yesterday. Yesterday was Wednesday. All right, put everything away. You don't need my permission to start. I think that's two.
It's just one notice there.
Please take your hood off. Yes, Austin. parent signature. Your parent signature on this one. Sophia's hand. And your grandma's signature. And your parent signature. And your parent signature. Okay, about 2 more minutes. Quickly finish. You were busy drawing on your hands, so finish your quiz and turn it in. Yes,
What are we doing our quiz?
right here. For those of you who have turned it in, go ahead and turn in your literature books to, actually, grammar books. We'll start with that. Huh? What? Everyone should be finishing up. It's either if you know it or you don't. Sitting there looking at your quiz. It's taking a lot of our time. Checking your answers, you said? All right, last answers. Turn it in. Sure. Huh? Because it's not on page 153 and 158. I told you what pages it's on. That's what's going to be on the quiz. Do you really feel bad? Take your grammar books, turn to page 124. Page 124. Raise your hand if you still have your quiz. Come on, guys. Can't take 15 to 20 minutes taking one quiz. 124. Okay, making verbs agree with noun subjects. Continuing on with these rules. Page 124. Page 124. Thank you. Thank you.
Page 124.
Page 124. So we've been talking about, obviously, singular subjects have singular verbs. Plural subjects have plural verbs. Just making your nouns and your verbs agree. It's pretty self-explanatory. Go ahead and turn to page 124. Just some more rules about verbs agreeing with your subjects. Look at number 12. Your rule is compound subjects joined by and take a plural verb. Obviously, if there are two subjects talking about two different things, it is plural. Number 13, when a compound subject is joined by or, nor, either, or, neither, nor, the verb agrees with the nearer subject. So in this case, there are conjunctions or neither or, either or, neither nor, and then obviously either Jesse or Austin, depending on what my second subject is. If it's singular or plural, my verb takes on that verb, okay? So for example, if you guys look at your paragraph, or your sentences underneath, either her helpers, that's plural, or the librarian, obviously that's singular. So I would look at the word librarian. Whatever subject is closest to the verb is the verb that I'm looking at for my verb. Okay? Look at it switched. Either the librarian, that's singular, or her helpers, obviously plural, are there to assist you. So whatever verb is closest, or whatever subject is closest to the verb, with compound subjects that are joined by or, nor, neither or either or, are all you're looking at the subject closest to the verb. Okay, let's look at exercise A. Circle the conjunction that joins the parts of the each of the compound subjects. So and, or, neither, or, all of those that we just went through. Underline the compound subjects. Cross out the incorrect verb form in the parentheses. Okay, go ahead and do exercise A. Number 1, Sparta and Athens was or were enemies during the Peloponnesian War. Good, okay. That was kind of like just reading the sentence out loud. You're good. Okay, so what would I circle there? Which conjunction, Austin? That joins the parts of the compound subject.
And.
Good. Okay, I would circle and. What are my subjects?
Sparta and Athens.
Good. Sparta and Athens. So, with words joined with the word and, I would look at both of those as my subjects. I would choose the plural verb, which Amethyst kindly told us was the word were. Okay, number 2. The founder and president of the college usually give or gives the opening greeting. Gabby, what word do I circle there? Any conjunction? And. Good. What are my subjects? Founder, president. Okay, I look at both of those as my subjects. So if there are two people, what would I choose here? Gives. Good. The founder and president of the college usually gives the opening greeting. Number 3, beavers and muskrats live or lives primarily in the water and go ashore only when necessary. What do I circle here, Avery? And what's my subject, or what are my subjects? Beavers and muskrats. What would I choose as my verb? Live. Good. Number 4, red beans and rice is or are a New Orleans specialty. What do I circle here, Adrian?
Circle and.
Good. What are my subjects?
Red beans and rice.
Good. Okay, in this case it's just beans. It's red is an adjective, but beans and rice. Okay. What do I choose? What verb do I choose? Very close. This one would actually be is only because
Rice is next to it.
yes, but listen, yeah, it is one dish. So, for example, when I would say macaroni and cheese, I look at that dish as one dish, right? I don't look at macaroni and cheese as separate. Same thing with spaghetti and meatballs. Okay, it's one dish. So in this case, red beans and rice is one dish. Okay? And then number 5, France, Lebanon, and Turkey contains or contain ruins of ancient Roman structures. What do I circle here? Derek? And what are my subjects? Good. What would I choose? What verb would I choose? Not with an S, just without the S. Okay? France, Lebanon, and Turkey contain ruins because it's all of them are containing ruins separately. Okay? Exercise B, circle the conjunction that joins the parts of each compound subject. Underline the part of the nearer subject verb or subject nearer the verb. This is one we're practicing neither nor, either or, all of those. Then you cross out the incorrect verb form. Okay? Number 1, neither Vespasian nor his son Titus was or were known to have persecuted Christians. What do I circle here, Andrew? You would circle both conjunctions, so neither and nor. Okay? What is the subject nearer the verb? Nearer the verb. Mm-hmm. You don't underline both. You just circle, because it's the one we're looking at. Or his son. Titus is in a positive explaining who his son is. So, son, is that singular or plural? No, because he probably had more than one son. So that would be essential. Good. So what verb would I choose? Was. Good. Tied. Son was known. Number 2, do or does the Franklins or the Lowe's have a truck we can borrow? Okay. What conjunction do I circle here? Doug? Or. Good. What's my subject that I'm looking at to look at my verb? Good. Franklin's. That's near to the verb. Is that what's it called? Is that singular or plural? The Franklins. Okay. Yes. So what would I choose here? Do. Do the Franklins or the Lowe's have a truck we can borrow? Number 3, either cherry pie or pumpkin pie usually pleases me well. What do I circle here? Austin? Shh. Austin, what do I circle here? What are my conjunctions that I circle? Please pay attention. Ricky? Number 3. What do I circle here? Okay. What else do I circle there? We circle both conjunctions, so it's either or. Good. Okay. Either I would circle, or would I circle? What's the subject that I will look at closest to the verb that would tell me the number of my verb? The one closest to the verb? Which pie? Sorry, there's 2 pies. Good, pumpkin pie. Okay, pie is my subject. Is that singular or plural? Good, so what would I choose? Pleases. Okay, pleases is my singular verb. Number 4. Actually, give me 1 second. Yeah. Number 4, have or has your mother or father given you permission to attend camp this year? What do I circle here? Isaac?
Or you circle or.
Good.
And
Okay.
then father would be underlined.
In this case, actually, I don't know why it has the mother underlined, but I guess because it's in between your verb with the word have or has. So it's closer to that verb. Okay, even though given is part of our verb, but we're looking at the verb that we need to choose. So we're looking at mother, which is closer to our verb. So mother, but same thing, is it singular or plural? Good, so what would I choose? Has. Austin, you have 10 minutes to sharpen a pencil in between class. That's when you do it. Number 5, neither the preacher nor the members have or has any intention of cooperating with his political campaign. What do I circle here? Let's go with Maya. Good. Neither and nor What would I look at? What word would I underline? Members. Good. Is that singular or plural? Plural. So what would I choose? Sorry? Have. Awesome. Okay. Turn the page. Actually, we'll go over that tomorrow. Let's do exercise C for homework tonight, okay? You're practicing both. Exercise C, page 124. Go ahead and take out your literature books. Turn to Loch Navar. You guys didn't have any homework last night, so we're just going to go through this quickly. Make sure that you guys are writing things down as we go through them. Loch Navar on page 159. Okay, just some things to note. Rhythm, we kind of already said that at the beginning what it means. It's the recurrence of sound or motion. So obviously when words rhyme and it carries out in the rhyme scheme and the lines of the poetry, when there's some kind of motion or beat or tone to the work, that is rhythm. So just as we observe the rhythms of nature and the alteration of day and night, the revolution of seasons, just like we observe a lot of the rhythm in our world, we hear rhythm, the rise and fall of emphasis in the words that we hear. That's throughout the poetry. Rhythm is the recurrence of sound or motion. All language is rhythmical to some extent because it involves an alteration between accented, stressed, or unaccented, unstressed syllables. Just like when we say our words, we accent certain parts of words, and then we don't stress certain parts of words whenever we talk. Rhythm, just like, for example, when we say the word marvel, okay, we're accenting the word, the first part of the word mar, and then vol is kind of unaccented. So kind of like in poetry, there are certain parts of poetry, in the lines of poetry, there's nothing on. In the lines of poetry is when we accent parts of the lines of poetry and when we don't. Okay, so in Loch Navar, this was written by Sir Walter Scott. You want to mark his name, Sir Walter Scott. And in this poem, we just kind of see rhythm throughout the work. If you read it, it kind of flows. O young Loch Navar has come out of the west. Through all the wide border his steed was best. And save his good broadsword, he weapons had none. He rode all in arms, and he rode all alone. So faithful in love, so dauntless in war, there never was night like the young Loch Navar. So that kind of flowed. The way that I wrote it obviously didn't flow, but the way that he wrote it, Sir Walter Scott, kind of has that accented and unaccented flow to it, and that is what we call rhythm. So basically, what Loch Navar is about, it's about this young knight named Loch Navar. Obviously, in the first sentence, or the first paragraph we just read, he's riding really, really quickly. It says in line number 4, he rode all in arms and he rode all alone, so faithful in love and so dauntless in war, there never was knight like young Loch Navar. My goodness, cannot read today. So he's writing in stanza number 2. If you guys read on, look at line number 10. Why was he writing? Good, okay, he was in love, but what was he trying to stop? Good, okay. The bride had consented, the gallant came late. So he was writing to stop the love of his life, Ellen, from marrying someone else. For a laggard in love and dastard in war, she's about to marry this pansy guy. You guys look at dastard, he was one who does wrong, or he was a coward. Was to wed the fair Ellen of brave Loch Navar. It's calling Ellen, that's his beloved lady. In stanza number 3, so boldly he entered the Netherby hall, among bridesmen and kinsmen and brothers and all. So what did he just do here? Okay, he stopped the wedding. He rushes into the ceremony. And then if you guys look in line number 15 and 16, then spoke the bride's father, his hand on his sword, for the poor craven bridegroom said never a word. He's basically, obviously, if someone were to burst in on your wedding, you guys would probably be like, what's the meaning of this? But since the guy was such a coward, he was just kind of like shivering there and not really saying anything, so the father was the one to speak. And he rushes into the ceremony before the wedding vows were said, so they weren't technically married. And then in stanza number 4, he explains what he's doing here. He says, I long wooed your daughter, my suit you denied. Love swells like the Solway, but ebbs like its tide. And now I am come with this lost love of mine to lead but one measure, a song or tune that could be danced to. Drink 1 cup of wine. There are maidens in Scotland more lovely by far that would gladly be bride to the young Lochnavar. So he basically was trying to fool everyone, saying, he's like, I'll marry somebody else. Just give me this one last dance with her and one last toast. So look on page 160. Page 160, the stanza at the top. The bride kissed the goblet, the knight took it up. He quaffed off the wine, he threw down the cup. She looked down to blush, she looked up to sigh, with a smile on her lips and a tear in her eye. He took her soft hand ere her mother could bar. Now we try to measure, said young Lochnavar. So they started to dance. The next stanza, so his stately form, and so her lovely face, that never a hall such a galliard did grace, while her mother did fret, and her father did fume. So obviously her parents thought something of it. The bridegroom, the groom, he just stood dangling his bonnet and plume. He just was watching. He was such a coward, he didn't even do anything. He's letting this guy dance with his bride-to-be. In line number 30,
It's not even like friend dancing. It's like definitely.
in line 35, the bride maidens whispered, "'Twere better by far to have matched our fair cousin with the young Lochnavar." So even her bridesmaids were like, we made the wrong choice. She should have married him. So in the next stanzas, in the last 2 stanzas, they basically started to dance, and then they danced and they danced until they were close to the door. Then all of a sudden they broke free. They ran out to his horse, and then they ran away together, and no one caught them. In line number 45, they were racing and chasing on Kenobi Lee, but the lost bride of Netherby ne'er did they see. So they got away. Line number 47, so daring in love, so dauntless in war, have ye e'er heard of gallant like young Lochnavar? Ladies, take notes. This man was very willing to stop a wedding for her, so I'm just kidding. There you go. There you go. But yes, so that was Lochnavar. Sir Walter Scott, and the way that you can read it, you can just read that, the way that you read it, it just flows from your tongue, and that's what the rhythm of it is. Okay, just some background of Sir Walter Scott. He was a Scottish poet. Sir Walter Scott was Scottish. How ironic. A Scottish poet and novelist, was a lawyer for over 25 years. He developed an interest in early Scottish history and literature, and tried his hand at narrative poems of adventure and action, and he had a bunch of poems that he wrote. He became a master of historical novel, including dramatic episodes in Scottish history, all of those about Sir Walter Scott. Okay? And we'll talk about the meter tomorrow on page 161, but tonight go ahead and read page 162 to 165. 162 to 165. I'll write it on the board, 162 to 165. And then tonight, go ahead and write your vocab 7 through 12 2 times. Good. 7 through 12 2 times. And then finish that exercise in grammar. I'll write it on the board. And you guys are dismissed. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. Yes?
All right, welcome. Distant learners. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Okay, that's okay. I'm sure you don't even care. All right, but we are going to start our lesson. Try to get through some notes. TV screen. I got you, Jesse.
I have a question.
Yes, sir, Austin. Does it pertain to history? If not, I don't want to hear it right now. Ask me after class. Ask me after class. All right, everyone needs to be quiet. Ladies, amethyst mask on, please.
Dude, Mr. Coyle, when the refs make bad calls or the girls are mean or something, I should be like, dude, stop being a Sakura, and they're not going to know what it means.
Oh, man.
Worst insult ever.
Oh, man.
There's like a golf girl on the bench. Like,
No, call like their coach Sakura.
Oh, man, Jesse.
Yes, sir.
So much drama. So much drama. All right, we're talking about what time period now? We just started it yesterday. Okay, it's an age of what? Age of reason.
Dude, there's so many of these though. Age of enlightenment, age of reason.
This one is the age of reason. All right. Shh. It's specifically called the age of reason. Why? Someone with a raise of hand, tell me why.
because of all this, of the boss.
That dog.
Okay, you didn't really use a full sentence, so I'm not sure what you said there. Lena. Shh, gentlemen, no more. All right, what is the age of reason? Austin tried to say it, but he was a little discombobbled. All right, someone raise your hand and tell me. Doug,
Wait.
what is the age of reason?
Oh, it's like when they.
Why is it called the age of reason, basically?
Age of treason?
Reason. Adrian, you know? Tell me.
A name given to the 17th and 18th centuries in England because several English philosophers and writers adopted the forms of rationalism, deism, and other.
Man, way to use the notes, Adrian. I'm shocked you took notes. I'm shocked you took them. All right, yes. Okay, this period of time is called the age of reason because as we've talked about some already, okay, we're going to continue talking about a few more today. Okay, we have a lot of men that rise up during this time, okay, with different ideas of their brain. Okay, and a lot of it goes back to the belief of man. Okay, I believe in myself rather than God. Okay, and I made this idea. Okay, someone with a raise of hand, tell me one of the ideas and the man that made it. With a raise of hand, please. Douglas.
Deism.
Okay, we did talk about deism. We didn't really talk about what man started that. What is deism?
Deism is like the belief of I forget what it is.
That God created the world and then just ditched.
There you go. Okay, easily put. God created the world and then ditched. Okay, he is real. He created everything, but then he has no personal relationship with us. All right, someone tell us one of the two ideas or ideisms we talked about yesterday. Amethyst, tell me one.
Empirism, the belief in empires created by John Locke.
It's not quite right. Okay, empiricism. Okay, it's not the idea of empires. What is empiricism?
The belief in empires.
Avery. Okay, basically experience is the best teacher. You can only learn by experience. Okay, that is correct. Yes, sir.
Empiricism is just a bunch of Olive Garden.
Oh, man. All right. Shh. All right, John Locke is the one who made that. Okay, we talked about one other one. Lena. Skepticism. Who made that one? David Hume. Okay, skepticism is what? Someone else raise your hand and tell me what skepticism is. Austin.
Gabby, can I borrow you? That there's no such thing as absolute truth.
Okay, good. Okay, skepticism, Doug, make sure your masks are on. Okay, skepticism is basically saying, shh, ladies. Okay, it's saying, hey, there is no absolute truth. Okay, they're skeptics. Okay, like skeptics today, we say something, they're like, they doubt it. They're like, that might be a little right, but it's not absolute truth. Derek, take your hood off. Okay, I'll let you leave the hat on, but keep the hood off. All right, but we see that through this time period, through Daniel Hume. Okay, the next one we're going to talk about, sorry, on the screen for you, is William Hogarth. William Hogarth.
He looks like a guy and a girl.
Smiley face is permanently stuck.
Why do you write on your hand so much?
He looks like Queen Elizabeth.
All right, William Hogarth, he is the English artist. Shh. Everyone needs to be quiet. Austin, put your mask on and be quiet. All right, he's an English artist during this age of reason. Okay, his engravings showed his country's need for revival. Okay, he drew pictures that portrayed things, okay, showing the emptiness of his country, okay, the loss of spiritual growth.
Why does he look like Queen Elizabeth?
Well, I'm sure some people think you look like that too, so.
I know. I can't believe dogs.
That's the whole point. I just told you. Everything he drew, his portraits, okay, they're supposed to show an emptiness, okay, a loss of something, saying, hey, we have no focus on God, okay, we're missing something. He wanted revival. Exactly. Okay, some people that are going to help move forward or get it back on track, okay, or get the right mindset are some of these men. Okay, we have John Wesley, Charles Wesley, and George Whitefield, or Whitefield. Okay, these three men met regularly, okay, also probably with a few others, but these are the main ones, with several other young men to study the Bible and the classics and to encourage each other in their spiritual development. Okay, we see a group of men now. Okay, this whole age of reason, again, focusing on the philosophies of men, the ideas of men, takes the attention off of God. But we have these three men, obviously with others, but these are the three we need to remember. Agent, put your mask on right. Take it off your eyes. Okay, we see these three men stand up in a time of need, of spiritual growth. Okay, and they want to bring their country and people to revival. Okay, but we see under this and in this age of reason, okay, other students laughed at this group. Okay, they laughed at these men. Okay, obviously we have skeptics. Okay, we have people that believe in empiricism. Okay, only knowledge or experience is the best teacher or the only teacher. That's the only source of knowledge. Okay, you cannot believe in the Bible. Okay, we have all these different beliefs. Okay, I'm not saying everyone is bad. Remember, empiricism, John Locke, he kept Christian morals, and he claimed to be a Christian, but was he really? Probably not. Okay, if he didn't believe in the Son of God and everything, yes. Okay, but we see all these men that were of the age of reason and philosophy. Okay, they mocked this group of John Wesley and these other men. They mocked them. They called them Methodists. Okay, because of the regularity of their meetings and their well-ordered methods of conduct. Okay, Methodist means, again, that methods of conduct, how they lived their lives, how they did everything. That's why they called them Methodists.
Wait, is the bad? It's supposed to be an insult, but it sounds cool.
I guess. All right, again, we're going to talk about these guys just a little bit more. Obviously, we mentioned all three of the names, but what did they do? Who are they? Okay, John Wesley, obviously that's a picture of him later on in life. Okay, but John Wesley became a great English evangelist. What is an evangelist?
Someone who tells other people about the gospel.
There it is. Someone that preaches or teaches the gospel to others. Okay, he traveled England on horseback for the next 65 years. So basically his whole life. Okay, preaching Christ. He founded the Methodist Church. Okay, so we're going to see another church, another belief, okay, just like Lutheranism, okay, under Martin Luther, starting out correct, starting out right. Okay, but sadly sometimes we see, obviously in Methodist, we see a lot of people going off track. Okay, they go off from the Bible. Yes, sir? I mean, it's 68 degrees, so I'm going to have to say no. I mean, I would turn it on, but it's not going to turn on because I'm not turning on under 68. Does that make sense? I mean, you're wearing a winter coat. Like I said, like watch, I can turn on the AC, but it's not going to turn on because I'm not turning it on under 68.
I mean, it is kind of hot in here.
Well, I'm sorry. Go outside during your break then.
4 minutes in here, a crock pot.
All right, John Wesley. What was the next person I mentioned their name of? John Wesley. Charles Wesley. What did he do? Anyone know? He did. 6,500 hymns. He was a songwriter. Okay, Charles Wesley. He wrote over 6,500 hymns for the Methodist Church, including some of these ones. Maybe we've heard of some of these. Okay, oh, for 1,000 tongues to sing. All right, I don't know that one.
I only know Heart Control English.
I've heard of it, but I don't know it. What?
Do you have a picture of this guy?
Yeah,
No.
we're bullying him.
No,
Does he look like the other Wesley?
I didn't do a picture for this one, no. Sorry. He probably looked like another old man.
Wow.
Okay, we have, and can it be that I should gain? Okay, a lot of us should know that one. Yeah, and can it be? Yes, that one. Thank you, Amethyst. Right on tune. All right, we have Hark the Herald Angels Sing. Probably all of us know that one at least a little bit,
Yep, because it's Charlie Brown.
or at least have heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Yes, you have, Derek. You have heard it somewhere. Maybe not the words, but you've heard the tunes somewhere. I promise you. I'm sure you have. In a mall or something. Okay, and then lastly, Christ the Lord is risen today. Okay, those are all pretty good songs. Again, obviously older. Okay, so you guys might be like, man, this is kind of boring. Okay, but a lot of them do have a lot of good words of truth. Okay, that's what I try to do when I hear older songs, even if I don't quite enjoy it. Okay, I try to see, hey, what truth is in this song that I can learn or get from today. Okay, so just know you have John Wesley. Okay, what was he? What was he? John Wesley? Evangelist. You have Charles Wesley. He was songwriter. And then we have George Whitefield.
Wait, can you go back?
Not quite. But they were like, I mean, a band of not musicians, but yeah, a band of guys, yeah. Like a little group. You know what I'm saying? No.
But like not as hot.
Well, you guys are seeing old age. You don't know what they looked like at a young age. Okay, then you have George Whitefield. Okay, he is the most powerful figure in this English revival and later on in America. Okay, so in England, as they're, shh, everyone, quiet. Okay, in England, obviously they're going through this time of Age of Reason. Okay, they're distracted from God. Their focus isn't on the Bible any longer. Okay, but now under these three men, obviously conviction of the Holy Spirit and God working through them. Okay, they're bringing revival to England. Okay, George Whitefield is also known for later on in America. He is also done bringing revival later on in America. Shh. Okay, we see outdoor meetings were held by the Wesleys, Charles, okay, and John. Okay, and by Whitefield when the Church of England closed their doors to the Methodist ministers. Okay, basically saying, hey, you Methodists, remember that's what they called them, you people, okay, your churches must close.
Let's go.
No. Shh, guys, control your comments. Remember, Adrian, stop messing around with your pencil or pen. Write down the notes. I haven't decided if we're just going to take varsity on Friday. Obviously, we do the JV scrimmage. We'll take everyone, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I can deal with everyone again. Okay, George Whitefield arrived in America. Okay, like we said, I just said he was in England. Okay, he did the revival or helped with trying to revive England, but he came to America in 1739 for the first 7 evangelistic tours. Okay, back to Amethyst's boy band philosophy of this. Okay, this was not his musical tour. Okay, but it was his evangelistic tour. Okay, he was going place to place, preaching the Bible, teaching the Bible. No. He was the best known Great Awakening, which is what we know him for. You want to know that? He's the best known from the Great Awakening, not the coffee shop at West Coast Baptist College. Okay, evangelist. George Whitefield spoke to crowds of up to 20,000 people. Okay, at one time, he talked to 20,000 people. Multiple occasions he did this. Okay, that's a lot of people.
That's the population of Banning right there.
So imagine the whole city of Banning going to one field and listening to a man speak in a time before there were really microphones. Pretty tough. Dude, I don't know what they did, to be honest.
They probably had
Okay, we're going to see a result of these Wesleys or Wesleyans, okay, and George Whitefield, the revival. Okay, but this is what's going to happen from this revival in England. Okay, as a result of the Wesleyan revival, they call it because you have the 2 Wesley brothers. No, Austin, I'm not going back this time. No. Remember, if I skip it, it means forget it. But
It was 90.
as a result of the Wesleyan revival, we see there was a reformation of manners. Okay, immorality and drunkenness declined. Remember, at this time of Age of Reason, okay, people were about. Wow. Wow. Okay, remember they were about themselves. Okay, people were using their money for alcohol a lot more, for personal bad things. What are you doing?
I needed a Sharpie so that I could write my
Are they yours?
Yeah.
No. Leave them there. No, put it back. You don't need it right now. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Okay, we see immorality and drunkenness decline. Okay, kindness, generosity, and the sense of duty characterize the upper class in their attitude towards others. Okay, what was the upper class before?
Trash.
Okay, how did they act?
Snotty, like
They did, okay? Yes, they were immoral. Okay, they looked down upon the lower classes. Okay, they wanted power, ruling. But in this time, okay, from the conviction of the Holy Spirit, preaching of the Bible, people were taking on the truths of the Word. Okay, they were saying, hey, maybe this guy's onto something. Maybe there's more to life than just money. Maybe there's more to life than these vain things that we're doing. Okay, and God used this in this revival. Okay, but this is going to bring us to our next Christian statesman or person we need to know. Everyone good with this one? William Wilberforce. What a name. Wilberforce. What if it was Derek Wilberforce?
I don't think he'll talk to you.
I wouldn't blame him.
Probably just call you Wilbur for some reason. Okay, William Wilberforce. Okay, this is one of the great Christian statesmen of English history. Okay, he was saved, so he became a great English Christian statesman. Shh. Okay, we're talking about this man because he was saved during this Wesleyan revival. Okay, so from the Wesleys, from George Whitefield, that's where he got saved. He was someone that accepted Christ as a Savior, and because of that, it changed his life, and he probably changed a lot of other lives. He's pulling it off, dude.
He's
pulling it off.
oh yeah, the whole bag.
Doug. Dude, I don't know. Probably. Look it up later. All right, we're almost done for the notes today, so let's keep on going, guys. Focus. Okay, the Great Awakening. Remember, this is what happened in America from George Whitefield. Okay, the Great Awakening affected the masses of American people.
Why does it go 91, 92, 93?
Dude, I don't know. Maybe I messed up. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. I might have slid it down too far. Just forgive me. Is this 90 in your guys' notes? So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Can you guys forgive me?
No.
Too bad. You have to. I demand you.
If I forgive you, can I go to the game?
All right, between 1740 and 1743, there were 30,000 to 40,000 conversions in the colonies. Okay, remember, there's not a ton of people in Americas yet. We just have colonies. There aren't really large cities at this time. Okay, they're still kind of developing. They're not quite their own place yet. Okay, but we see 30,000 to 40,000 people converted. All right, this is one reason why, okay, we're going to see how it affected the beginning of America. When America was founded, okay, we see a lot of biblical truths that were our foundations because of this Great Awakening. Okay, sorry that the slides were a little messed up there. I don't know why that happened. I'll fix it. Okay, in 1807, okay, so about 50, 60 years later, okay, Parliament banned the British slave trade. Okay, so we see this revival affecting even 50, 60 years later.
Wow, they banned it then.
It took them that long, though. Okay, in 1833, Parliament abolished slavery altogether throughout the British Empire. Okay, obviously, you guys must understand slavery and servants are different things. Okay, servants are paid, taken care of. It's basically a job. You're like a housemaid. Okay, slaves are obviously not paid. They're taken from their home. They're used for the owners. Okay, there is a difference between those two things. They're not the same because people still have servants today, but it's basically just a job. You're a housemaid.
Yeah, but this also.
You don't have to do it. You can choose.
But also a lot of the slaves after the Civil War and stuff, they stayed servants.
And their masters take care of them. So sometimes masters just made it a wage, like they would pay them more, or they would just keep on providing for them, give them house and stuff. Okay, moving on. Just a few more things for today. Adrian. No. Doug. Shh. Gabby. Mask on. Quiet. Okay. Robert Rakes. Or just Rakes. Okay, he is known as, I'm sorry if it's small, the father of the Sunday school movement. So for those who don't like Sunday school. All right, it's not quite Sunday school. Basically, school on Sunday, okay, or basically church, like we have Sunday school today, to teach people about the Bible, lessons from the Bible. Okay, he started Sunday school in 1704. Poor street children, they were taught these things: Bible, manners, right living, basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's why it was called originally Sunday school. Okay, it was called because it's on Sunday. It was like church. Hey, Bible, we're going to teach you about the Bible. We're going to teach you the truth. Okay, but it's called Sunday school because we're also going to teach you, hey, if you don't know how to read, we're going to teach you how to read. We're going to teach you how to write. Okay, that's why it's called Sunday school. Know that who started that? Yes, sir. Is there a typo? Another comma? I see it. I see it. Thank you, Jesse. Is there another one? All right. It's still like a typo. It's not like a typo in a word, just. Everyone good with this one? Austin, get down. Adrian, stop. I've already told you 1,000 times. That's annoying. So don't do it.
I can't help.
Yes, you can. You guys aren't 5 anymore. You can control yourselves. Okay, historians see the Sunday school movement as the beginning. You guys need to know this is an important note. As the beginning of popular education. Okay, we're going to see the Sunday school idea. Okay, this is going to be the beginning of, hey, oh, that school idea, teaching kids how to read and write, teaching them these things. This is a good idea. Let's make it bigger. Okay, as we see schools today. So if you hate school, blame it on this Robert guy. He kind of started it in Americas. Okay, this obviously started in Great Britain. We see it in America today.
If they didn't record it, then it would never happen.
Good thing they did, because you guys need it. We don't use that word. It's offensive to some. Use it at home, just not here.
Yeah, stupid is a better word. Don't use
Well, it's just the truth. Am I offended? No. But some people are. Okay, John Howard. Shh. Adrian, put your chair down. John Howard. Okay, he was a Christian gentleman who was appointed High Sheriff of Bedfordshire. Okay, he worked for the prison reform. Okay, we see, again, all beginning with these revivals through this time period. These men coming out. Okay, now we're seeing this guy that works in this prison, basically, a sheriff. Okay, he's trying to give the gospel and truth of the Bible to these prison mates. Same thing, but yes, inmates. It's still a word. It is a word. It is a word, though. Is it a common used word? No. But it is a word.
maybe where you come
It is a word. It's a, maybe from the dictionary. You know where words come from?
I don't think.
God!
Yeah. That.
Hello, let there be light.
I mean, yeah. Okay, 1792 marks the official beginning of this modern missions. Okay, we see again this idea. Rick, I've told you before, put it away. Not during class. Okay, that these people are trying to get the truth out. The truth of the Bible. Okay, which leads us to 99, which is already up there. Okay, this other man that was saved during this Wesleyan revival, William Carey. Okay, probably a lot of you have heard of this man before. No. Not the same person, Rick. Okay, he was saved during the Wesleyan revival and began his historic ministry in India. Okay, maybe you haven't heard of him, maybe you have. Okay, but he is one of the most known, well-known missionaries. Okay, he really changed a whole country of India. God used him to do that. Okay, he is known as the father of modern missions. The father of modern missions.
Wait, we dropped this
He did a job.
Shh.
There's a reason he's a cleaner, not so bad.
Shh. Guys, quiet. Austin, put your chair down. Okay, our next man is Burke. Okay, we're talking about all these guys, that how they influenced this time period. Man, one of the most. Okay, so he was a smart man. He's kind of like a scholar. He was someone that knew a lot of information. Government system. Okay, the idea of conservatism. Okay, trying to hold those Christian morals. Okay, as a country. So he is known as the father of modern conservatism.
I legitimately never want to do anything historic because then people will see my pictures in the future and be like, haha, look at him. That changed my life.
Burke,
Or you
then I would own it.
Shut up, Austin. I don't want to hear
Shh. Continuing with this note, okay, this does go along with 100 as well. Okay, Burke insists good government is impossible apart from a foundation of religion and morality. And that absolute eternal values must be conserved if civilization is to survive. Okay, basically saying, hey, our civilization, okay, our way of life, it cannot be held by ourselves. Okay, we are doomed if we believe in just what man wants to do, what we want to believe. All right, we have to have a source of truth, okay, a moral standard, a code to live by. All right, so they said, or he said, he pushed, we need to live by these Bible truths. That's why he's known as the father of conservatism. Conservatism, yes, the conservatives. Not quite. That wasn't really a thing back then, but I guess, yes, you could say that a little bit. Okay, which is going to bring us to our next man that quoted this. Quoted this. How come you were the only one writing? Okay, all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. Okay, this was quoted by, you need to know who it's quoted by, Edmund Burke. This is another man during his time period. He's saying this, okay, for evil to succeed. Okay, so obviously evil, we know him as Satan, okay, the sin of our sinful nature. Okay, for evil to succeed, all we need to happen is for good people to do nothing. Okay, it's like this idea. Let me give you an idea. This maybe will help. Okay, imagine a river downstream. All right, flowing downstream is the way of the world. Okay, it's down that way. Okay, it's sin. It's all these things that they used to do. Drunkenness, immorality, all those things that are down there. All right, it's down the stream. And as Christians and as good people per se, Christians, we have to go obviously against the world. The Bible tells us to not be of the world. Okay, so we cannot, okay, to go against the world. Listen, it's important. It's important truth you can catch. You have to swim against the current. Okay, this quote is saying, hey, all right, I'm a good person, I'm a Christian, but I really don't feel like doing a lot. I don't want to fight it anymore, right? You're not saying I want to be bad. I just don't want to fight it anymore, so I'm just going to stand here. Okay, I just said the world is what? It's a moving current. If I stand here, and what this quote is saying, if I stand here as a good person, as a Christian, and I do nothing, I'm going to be carried along. This said. Because us good people are going to be drifted along into the world, back to the wrong things. All right, we have to continue to be working to be better, to do better, to influence more. Okay, so we see that. We see that through this quote. We see that through the Bible. We see that in that illustration. Okay, which is then leads us to the last person we're going to talk about today. Okay, another man of scholar that we need to know, Sir William Blackstone. Sir William Blackstone. Okay, he is known as a jurist. Judge. Okay, who became the leading authority on the English law. He was basically like the first official judge. Okay, he's known as a jurist, legal scholar. All human laws must be grounded in the law of God, or the Bible. Again, we see another. Hey, we need to live by the truth. It's the only way we're going to work. Only way life is going to get better. Okay, with this, we're going to see some commentaries written from Blackstone. And we'll go with this one. Okay, this is our last one. Blackstone's commentaries on the laws of England. Okay, he wrote the Blackstone commentaries. Okay, they were published between 1765 and 1769. Okay, this wasn't just one book. It's multiple. So during this time period, he would write them for these 4 years about. Okay, they became the basis of legal education to both England and America. They had a strong influence on the development of American law. So know this man, Sir William Blackstone. Okay, he wrote all these commentaries. He helped, obviously, as like a judge to keep order, biblical standpoints. Okay, he is one of the reasons why America was founded on a lot of those biblical truths. Okay, we see that through that. A few more important guys we need to know through this age of reason. Tomorrow we will also have a quiz. A quiz. Okay, this quiz will be over. Okay, there's only a few minutes, actually a couple minutes left, so let's go through this quickly. Again, I'm the answers of everything, but I will try to assist you with giving you some of the questions. All right. We will see. All right, quickly, what's on the quiz is over chapter 18, pages 256 to 263. Tomorrow. Shh. 256 to 263. Okay, there's just a few things we didn't talk about, so you want to cover those pages. Okay, which means homework. You guys should have finished 263, yes? That was the last one you guys did. You finished it. Okay, homework. Did you guys do 267 too? I think you did with the first half, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, page 267. Write it down. Your homework is page 267. Questions 5 through 7. It's just those 3 questions. There's a quiz tomorrow. Adrian, you shouldn't be warming up your lunch right now. You should be writing down your homework and writing down your quiz. Okay, page 267, questions 5 through 7. That is the homework. We also have a quiz over pages 256 to 263, chapter 18. Here's some stuff that's on it. I'm not going to go over specific questions. All right, but here's people like this. Okay, Charles Wesley. Okay, some people. John. Philip Spener. Spener. Edmund Burke, which is the one we just talked about in his quotes. And lastly, August Frank. August Frank. Okay, again, not all of them are from the notes. Some of it is in the reading. I told you the pages. Just review it. Okay, that is the majority of the quiz. There are also questions like, what American preacher sparked the Great Awakening? We should know that. Who sparked the Great Awakening? George Whitefield. Okay, who founded the Methodist Church? Also another question. I'm not telling you the answer. You have to find it. Who sparked or and last question you're reading. Okay, name the British explorer that charted Australia and New Zealand. Okay, that is basically everything. That's basically the whole quiz. Everything are in those pages. Okay, so there's 2 of them. You want to know both of them. So who was the leading evangelist in the Great Awakening, and then who started or who sparked the Great Awakening? Know the 2 people. He's one of them. So Great Awakening. Okay, who was the main evangelist? That's one question. And then who sparked the beginning of the Awakening? All right. After that, you guys are dismissed. There is practice today. It's not too cold. Hopefully you have a sweatshirt or something. We do have practice. Adrian, no. You know what. Okay.
I heard something about Lacey, but I didn't.
Shh. Adrian, I don't want
Check 1, 2. Check. That is clipping something fierce. Check 1, 2. There we go. All right, geometry is starting a bit, guys. All right, welcome to geometry. Actually, I'm going to do this first. All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to get started. I'm going to turn down this mic so it stops clipping. There we go. Whoops, too much. Too much. Check. 1, 2. All right, hopefully that'll work. Basically, at this point in the year is typically when I tell geometry students, all right, supplement's over. Too bad. Get out a blank sheet of paper and a pencil and let's start writing, and just everyone's hands fall off within like 3 days. Everyone's just in tears by day 3. However, okay. Anywho, but this year with using Google Classroom, we actually have a unique opportunity. And so what I've done is I've created a Google Doc that is in Google Classroom. So you guys can see the proofs as we're doing them. If you guys want to, you guys may be on the document in class. That's fine. You guys only have commenting permission. You cannot type into the document. If you guys abuse the commenting system, it will be shut off. We all clear? Okay. Yes. All right, listen up. Amethyst. Zip it. Okay. So here's the deal. We're going to be doing this. So if you see other cursors or other circles up here, that's because someone else has logged into the doc. So that is in Google Classroom. Yeah, I think UV is already on here. It's in Google Classroom. Like if she went on Google Classroom. That I'm pretty sure an alert just went out. So this is basically how you guys will see this. So you guys do not have to copy the proofs this year, and you guys can rub it in all the previous year's geometry classes' faces. That like, we don't have to write anything. All right. So, however, this is on a condition. I'll take questions in a minute. Guys, she can't. She can just select things. All right, listen up. Huh? Okay, just... All right. Anyway, main thing to take away with here is that you guys need to then be involved in class, okay? Because if you're not going to be writing, you need to help develop the proofs, okay? Because you learn math by doing, not by watching, okay? So you guys are expected to participate. You guys are expected to maybe put in comments at some point. Okay, anyway, that's going to be very distracting. All right, anyway, so here's the deal. Knock it off. All right, so... Anyway, real quick, and I'm going to hop off stream for just a second here as far as audio goes. So you guys aren't going to hear anything for just a minute, but I do need to ask a question in class. All right, I should be back. There we go. Okay, stop fooling around with the cursors. Okay? Guys, thank you. All right, and we're going to go ahead and get started. So, all right, so we are on 2.34, use of auxiliary construction lines in proofs. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to start hammering this out from the textbook problem. What are the steps? How do we get into this? How do we get through a proof? Listen up, because you guys are going to need to be able to do this next week. You have not 1, but 2 proof quizzes. You will not be given anything in the blanks. That's a total of 3 proofs. It will be open book and open supplement. That's fine. Okay? Not to mention on your homework, you have 6 problems. You have a week to do it. Okay? That was... Okay, nope. So this is your assignment that you guys are going to have due on Wednesday. Okay? Make sure you guys have this written down. because these 6 exercises you're doing from scratch like what we're doing in class. So in class you need to be paying attention because we haven't done this yet. Not full scratch. Okay? There's only 6. Calm down. All right. So there's only 6 proofs. You guys have well over 6 days to do it. Not class days, but 6 days. And then there is a full bonus section. 2.36 is all number problems. And I don't focus on that. In other words, like, you actually apply the theorems and, like, use numbers and, like, equations. It's bonus because I don't hammer on it. There will also be a bonus quiz next week. So, no, it'll be sent home with you, and then you can turn it in on Friday for, like... Yeah, but it'll be added to a quiz grade instead of added to a homework grade. Okay? So, the list is also on Google Classroom. But I want you guys to go ahead and write this down for now. And then we're going to get started with that first proof. Now, we will have... Okay. We will have a certain number of proofs we need to get through each day. Typically, it's about 4. Okay? So I actually do need to get going because we do have 4 proofs today. I forgot I'm introducing it, so I'm going to need more time, and so I didn't account for that. So yeah, we need to get through 4 proofs today, so we're going to have to get started here. Basically what we're going to do, though, is we're going to start out with whatever the textbook gives us, and then from there, if we need to create a diagram, we will. If we need to then figure out kind of our plan with the proof, we will. And then we'll go through and develop our proof. So it's going to be those 3 stages. Whenever you see a problem, in the textbook or on a quiz or something like that, there's 3 stages. 1, do I have a diagram? If not, make one. 2, how do I approach this problem? 3, developing the proof. Okay? You should have like most of the proof in your head before you start writing. At least where you're going with it. All right, this is going away. And let's get into...
Wait, so from now on, your tuition is completely blank?
There we go. All right. 2.34, use of auxiliary constructions and proof. We're on number 3, but mostly because 1 and 2 are homework. Number 3, if A and B are 2 parallels and C is a parallel midway between A and B, prove that if any transversal cuts A and B, then the segment between A and B is bisected by C. So the first thing we need to do is we need to develop a diagram here. So I'm going to pull this all the way up here. And if the text gets covered, it's in your book on page 122. You should have your book open to page 122 while we're in class. You should have your book open to page 122. I'm not asking. I'm not talking to you. Okay? Because there are going to be times where it's not on screen and you need to be able to reference what the problem actually says. So if you guys are wondering how I'm doing this on Google Docs, I'll show you. Just insert drawing new. That's all I'm doing. Okay? You guys don't have to necessarily do this all online either. You guys can just use pencil. But you can do it online. I don't care. All right. Who started like messing up my... I thought you guys couldn't... Hold on. How did you even... Undo. Stop messing around with stuff, Douglas.
How do you know it's me?
All right, hold on. Apparently... You guys are only viewers now. Bye. All right. We didn't even make it one day, guys. Not even one day with comments. All right. Just reload the document. Okay, anyway. All right, so let's go through and develop our image here. Insert drawing new. There we go. All right, so we have A and B are 2 parallel lines. So the first step is then to make 2 parallel lines, right? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and insert a line. I'm going to make it thicker. Yes. So I can show you guys how we're doing this. So I have two parallel lines. Okay. And then it says, and C is a parallel midway between A and B. So in between these two lines, I'm going to have another parallel line. Yeah. And so this is going to be halfway between. And so to make sure it's halfway in between, now you could do this with a ruler. I'm just going to right click and, whoops, distribute vertically. That makes sure the spacing's even. All right. Prove that if any transversal cuts A and B. Now transversal is what? Any line. So there we go. It's a line. I did a thing. Whoops, I think I'm using 3 pixels. Whoops. For the line width. All right. And then we need to prove that the segment between A and B is bisected by C. So that's the idea here. So now all we have to do is go through and label it. So we have line A. Stop it. B. Nope. C is first. That's right. Stop auto-capitalizing. Because C is between A and B. All right. My line spacing is not going to be perfect because I'm not going to go through and care enough to fix things. You guys will be fine. Did it like completely mess you guys up? Okay, just pay attention to the screen. I'll fix it later. Okay, pay attention to the screen. I'll fix it later. So there's our diagram. Okay. Nope. Okay, not what I meant to do. Is that going to like tweak the size? Yes. How do I crop? Stop. Why can't I crop the image? Okay, whatever. All right, so that's our diagram that we're going to work with, okay? So keep this in mind. I'm not going to be able to keep it on screen the whole time, but that's what we're trying to do, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to set up our proofs. Now, guys, listen up. So let's go ahead and get started here. And actually, I'm going to edit this. And I'm going to, guys, seriously, stop talking. It is not a hard concept. Do I make myself abundantly clear? Okay. Now, how do we define distance between lines? Thank you, you're helpful. We define it as a perpendicular between them, right? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and draw a perpendicular, and I'll state that in the proof. Okay, because we're going to need that to prove.
So we're going to have to draw a diagram.
Yes.
Do we have to?
Yes. Please stop talking. That's why we interpret. That's why I'm showing you guys how I'm interpreting the sentence. Now, this one is an auxiliary line, okay? And that's this whole section, you're going to be adding extra lines, okay? Because the title says use of auxiliary lines and, like, is dashed. Because I'm going to say at my proof it's not a given.
Oh, F as in, or C is given.
Yes. I'm given A, B, and C. I'm given T. I have to state P. So that's why it's dashed, okay? So there's our diagram. Okay, can I not crop this image? I don't understand. Okay, fine. Whatever, I give up. All right, so let's go through and create our proof. Now, I happen to know, because I have the book, that this is going to be 6 steps. So I'm going to insert my table. Not necessarily. Sometimes it will...
Oh, that's just the diagram for this thing.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so you guys are welcome to type your work. That's fine. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys how I type some math so that you guys can actually like go through and do it. You'll probably have to draw that out, but literally all you need to do, where's a marker? Yeah, and then just go. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. Usually, actually, they'll give you a blank layout, but they won't have lines in between. Okay, so this is what we're going to work with. All right, we have our diagram. We have our statement of reasons. I'm going to shrink this down a little. Hello, pixels. All right, we're trying to prove that the segment between A and B is bisected by C. Okay, so we're trying to prove this segment is equal to this segment. Sorry, my cursor is small. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so number one, let's figure out our given. So what am I given here? So we know that, well, let's, okay, listen. We know that we have lines A, B, and C parallel. Yeah, this is going to be a really easy proof. But again, we're walking through it. All right. In addition, C is midway between A and B. Real quick note, and I should have done this the whole time. Anytime you have a variable in mathematics, it needs to be italicized. No. When you're handwriting it, it's different. I'm talking about when you're typing. Halfway, it's the same thing. It's the word given to me in the problem. Well, then it's something we're going to pull later. Depends on it being exactly halfway. Okay. Anyway, finally, and then we also have transversal T. Stop auto-doing lists. Anyway. Yeah. Some will. Yeah, some will, but not all will. That's one of those things. So you kind of just, this is part of building a proof, is that you're trying to get to an end goal. Part of that is defining the goal. What are we looking for? And so, speaking of which, let's go ahead and define our goal. So normally I would wait to number it, but again, I know this one's 6 steps, and this is the first one I'm showing you. All right, so I'm trying to say that the segments of T between A and B are equal. It's not how this one's done. You can. That's fine. I'm just saying I'm going to follow the book because it makes my life easier. Like you would just label the points of intersection. Okay. And as long as that's clearly labeled in your diagram, you're fine. You can use that. You can. Again, there's a whole lot here. Okay, so that's kind of the end goal. I don't know what reason I'm going to use yet. Okay, actually I do, but you don't. Okay, and so that's part of what we're working through here is we're trying to figure out, okay, how do we know what we're doing? Okay, because up until this point, you guys have just been following my thoughts. Okay, it's time to start thinking your own. Okay, is what's happening. So we have these scenarios, and let's start thinking about what are things that I can use here to prove that these segments must be equal. Okay, I am given nothing about angles, so I can't use anything with angles. It's a good thought. It's something, you have a transversal, you have parallel lines, your mind should go to angles at some point. That's good. You could probably pull it in. We don't need to. Yeah, let's go ahead and get that out of the way. Let's go ahead and state that we have a perpendicular because we haven't done that yet. Okay? Cool. So number 2, okay? We're going to draw. Again, anytime you're adding in a line, you have to say draw. We're going to draw P perpendicular to A. Okay, real quick, I do have to cover this. I know I normally give bonus points for like typos and stuff I typed. If I'm typing live, that's out the window. Because I can't. Okay. You can only give one detail. It will be, and that's something we can actually do as our next statement. We can say it's perpendicular to everything then. All right, so listen up. Okay. And so why can I do this? Yeah. No, I don't have 2 points here. But I can. Okay, listen. Nope. That's why I need it. All right, so let's listen here and pay attention. Exactly, whoops. One perpendicular can be drawn to a line at a point in the line. I just have to state that there's exactly one thing that can work here, so I'm allowed to do it. Okay? That's the reason here. Anytime you're drawing a perpendicular to a line, that's your reason. Yeah. It might have been like one and only one instead of exactly. I'm a fan of exactly one because it's shorter. Okay. So number 3 then, you brought up a good point. That makes it parallel to the other two, but when we're drawing it, we have to limit ourselves to exactly one thing. So that means then we can say that, all right, so, yeah. All right, so I'm going to insert equation, and P is perpendicular. Oh, right, I can't do that in here. Okay. Yeah, please do. Okay. Now, you'll notice what I'm doing is I just did insert equation, and so now P is perpendicular to C, and this is just in my symbols. So I can say P is perpendicular to C, and that P, I'm doing that, is perpendicular to B. I'm sure you could. Now, I will say this, Google Docs equation editor is very weak, especially compared to Word. And so some of the things don't look right. It just is what it is. You're stuck dealing with it. No, that's fine. I just always list it separately to be clear. All right, and so basically, why can I say this? No, it's not. It's not a transversal. You both are on it, but you're off it. You're helpful. There it is. A line that is perpendicular to one of, whoops, why did I do, oh, I hate auto caps. To one of two parallel lines. If you're typing, it's usually faster to just spell out the word. Is perpendicular to the other line also. Okay? Yeah, that's fine. As long as you have the same concept, it's fine. Yeah, because even the book varies within itself. So it's not that. It's more important that we get the right... Okay, it's more important that we get the right reason. Does that make sense? So that's what allows us to do that. So now, again, I happen to know this one's 6 steps. We're halfway there, and we haven't really even approached dealing with T at all. Okay, we've been working with perpendiculars. And so let's just keep looking at this perpendicular. So now I know I have distances, and I know C is midway between them, right? Okay. So I'm going to state something, and this is something that every now and then in our proof we have to do something called housekeeping, or at least it's what I call it. I don't know if it's actually the term. And yeah, basically, it's more of a, this is, what I'm about to do is more of a thing saying of where I'm going to pull reason step 5 out of. Okay, because it's going to feel like I'm pulling it out of thin air if I just jump to it right now. So I'm going to put this in the proof to make it clear exactly where I'm going with this. Okay? If ever you feel like you're pulling something just straight out of the air, okay, that means you probably need an in-between step that states something obvious. Does that make sense? Yeah, so that's what we're doing here. So number 4, this is going to be lengthy, but I'm sure there are ways to abbreviate it, but I'm just going to copy it from the book, okay, because then I don't have to rethink it. All right, the segment of P between A and C, and the segment between B and C represent the distance between A and C and B and C respectively. All right? And so what that is basically saying is that by definition of the distance between parallel lines, those segments of P are the distances between the lines. Okay? Again, that's me saying this thing is true because definition. Okay? That's only so I have something to connect to. This piece is the distance between these two lines. This piece is the distance between these two lines. Again, there are many different ways to word that. I was just pulling it from the book. All right. So now, what then do I know about those two segments? Yes, because C is the midway. Midway means the same as equidistant. So, number 5, the two segments of P, between, I swear I know how to type. You be quiet. A, C, B are equal. Definition of midway. Okay, so at this point, because I have cut off equal line segments on one transversal, I have cut off equal segments on another transversal, right? Okay, so that's my reason for number 6. I'm just right there. I can write my conclusion and I'm done. So all I have to do is say that if 3 or more parallels cut off equal segments on one transversal, you be quiet over there. They cut off equal segments. My left hand is being slower than my right hand today. It's actually really annoying. On any... True, but I'm also slowing it way down. Okay? Is it a little clearer where stuff is coming from now? Of how we're approaching it? It's one piece at a time. Okay, today may be 2, and then my lesson plans for next week are already all off. But anyway, that's okay. Yeah, you be quiet. I'm sorry, I can't hear Andrew, who's actually trying to ask me a relevant question. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you just write it at the bottom of your page. Yeah. And so that's where you're aiming to, and then when you're done with the proof, just bring it, rewrite it back up. Does that make sense? Yeah, for example, like if you're on a quiz, just write it at the very bottom of the space they give you, so you remember where you're going. And then like on your homework, you can write it on the bottom of your paper. And then whenever you get to, hey, I can just write my conclusion now, just copy it, and then erase it from the bottom so you don't waste a whole sheet of paper. Unless it is a whole sheet of paper, because that does happen. All right, let's do one more. We're only going to have time for one more today. I'm going to go a little faster. Let's look at number 4. Number 4. Oh, goodness, that was actually like the first page. All right. Why is this blue? All right, Douglas. Actually, here, I can fix this. Heading 1. How do I reject changes? Review suggested edits, reject. Reject all. All right.
Like Carlos. Look at the gravestone we drew for Carlos the cow.
I don't care. All right. Number 4, it says in the drawing, yay, they gave us a drawing, so we don't have to come up with that. Prove. And new equation. I wish this was the one in Word, because then I could just do backslash.
I don't think that
It's greater. It's not equal. Where's my angle symbol? Do not use the less than symbol for an angle symbol. I'm just throwing that out there. You use the angle symbol. They're different. I'm trying to find it right now. It doesn't work in Google Docs. It really annoys me. Because normally this is NGLE. Oh, it does work today. Okay. See what I mean about how it doesn't look right? Yeah, anyway. Prove angle 1 is greater than angle 2. Yeah, again, Google Docs does not have a great math font in there, which is actually really frustrating and supposedly something they're working on. All right. So I'm not going to copy the drawing. It's in your textbook. Okay? So look at page 122. We can see the drawing there in the textbook. I know that this is 4 steps because of the book, so I'm going to put that in. I will often tell you guys, at least at the beginning, how many steps they used, but it doesn't mean that you have to do that. And okay, shh. Guys, be quiet. Thank you. All right, let's consider our given. Actually, first of all, let's go through and figure out. We know that we're going to end up with, oh, right, all equals is not going to work in here. Angle 1 equals, no, is greater than angle 2. So I already know I'm working with unequals. I'm working with inequalities here. And so, first of all, let's look at what we're given. What am I given? What is the basic shape there? Triangle. That's good for you. So we're given triangle ABC. And we have point D inside it. No, we don't want to go through and limit ourselves more than we need to. So D inside it. And what else is true of D? No, you can't guess stuff like that. Stuff like that is not true unless it's given. The only other thing I know about it is that it's connected or joined to A and B, and now here's the magic phrase, as shown. That way, if you miss something, be quiet. Anyway, that way, if you ever miss something about a diagram, the fact that you said as shown means you can pull anything from the diagram and you're good. Okay? So, number 2. Please don't. All right. Now, number 2. I already know that I'm going to need to draw an auxiliary line. That's the name of the section. Okay? Of what? I'm sorry? AD? Yes. Okay? They actually show you which line to draw. Okay? So we're going to extend AD, whoops, to point, and it's not labeled in your book, so we're going to label it E, because it's the next letter, on BC. So in your book, label that point E. Okay? And this is part of when you're working in proof. If you label a point in your proof, label it on the diagram. Okay? You can label stuff as much as you want. Nope. Yep. A line may be extended indefinitely. I'm just going to put a line may be extended. Yeah, that's what I just did. All right. Quiet. Listen up. No, just put that. All right. Guys. Shh. So help me, be quiet. And pay attention. And then you'll be fine on the quiz. This is me helping you on the quiz. This is by teaching you. All right, number 3. Nope, we don't need to do any of that. So let's just look at our diagram, okay, before we start guessing stuff. Okay? If I look at angle DEB, which we just made, okay, look at angle DEB. Well, I know that, okay, do you see how we just made a little triangle? Okay, so let's look at triangle DEB here. Notice that makes angle 1 an exterior angle of angle DEB. So that means angle 1 must be greater. Angle 1 must be greater than angle DEB.
Wait, I'm sorry. So why?
We're going to do that in our reason. We do that in our reasons. Yep. Now, that's not the only thing I'm going to focus in on here. And if this may have been something you would see in 2 points, that's fine. But let's look at that angle DEB again. Actually, no. Okay, so we also made another triangle AEC. Do you guys see that one in the diagram? Okay, so angle 2 then is an interior angle, and then angle DEB would be an exterior angle of that triangle, right? So DEB has to be greater than angle 2. Yeah, it's substitution, but we can't call it that because it's not equals. So we'll go through and write our wording. So first of all, number 3, let me go through and write the reason. We know that we have an exterior angle. Oh, my word. Exterior angle. Why, though? This is why I don't put dots. Of a triangle is greater than either opposite interior angle. It's not, no, it's not subtraction either. We're not subtracting. We are substituting. We just can't call it substitution because substitution is reserved for 2 equals. Oh, yeah, thank you. No, that's right. All right. So number 4, if the first of 3 angles is, or sorry, 3 quantities is the actual statement. Yeah, if you put it in symbols, it's fine. Yeah, that's right. So this is the exact wording of the inequality statement that we just had in the axioms. That's entirely the reason. Yes, it's substitution, but it's a substitution by a different name. Yeah, like I said, if you guys put the equation form, that's fine. But if you're typing, this is probably easier. Because equations in math and typing are kind of a pain. In case you guys haven't figured that out yet. Anyway, so, all right. So far, how are we feeling? Is it less scary than we thought?
Yeah. It's a little bit less scary, but I'm just worried about the quiz.
It's easier than someone.
Exactly, and there it is. I had to get you guys to that point, though. I had to get you guys to where it's almost easier to just create from scratch. And so,
When you're doing it one-sided, it's like you have to like kind of figure out
what they did.
This one you're just like, I know.
What's the next step?
I'm figuring out my own point.
Yep. All right, so that is the end of class today. You will have 2 quizzes next week. The first one will not be until Wednesday, so don't worry. You will have, actually you have 3, but one of them's a bonus. Hold on, I'm working on it. Real quick, for those who want to know, first of all, you do have that homework section, so you guys want to start working on that. But you guys have quiz 19 on Wednesday of next week. That'll be over 2.33 to 2.34. It will be open book, and it will be a proof. But it will not have anything pre-filled in.
So, like, we won't know how much.
Like, you'll actually be handed the actual Abeka quiz.
Wait, so,
Like, without any of my stuff added.
is there any way to know how many steps there are? Like,
I'll tell you. I'll tell you how many steps they did.
okay.
But you're welcome to use more or less.
So next is quiz 20 and when?
Quiz 20 will also be handed to you on Wednesday, but that'll be a take-home bonus quiz because it's all numbers.
That's what worries me the most because I feel like I'm gonna like overcomplicate things if I don't know how many steps.
Yeah, and if you guys ever want to know, I'll tell you how many steps the book did. But again, I'm not holding you to that. Anyway, finally, and then quiz 21 will be Friday of next week, over 2.37 to 2.38. That will be open book proofs. There's more than one on that quiz. And again, no pre-filled in blanks. Okay? Realistically speaking, we're going to be spending the next week and a half finishing up Chapter 2. We'll start Chapter 3 after that. Okay? All right, any last minute questions? Because, like, seriously, class is over. You'll still need it for your homework.
But we don't really need as much because
Yeah, because I'm going to do this with your Google Doc. And basically, hey, Amethyst, give me just a second. Basically what will happen is I'll just keep adding in things. I'll add new documents instead of just keeping it one big document so it loads faster. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, welcome back, D. Okay, checks are going down right now. Amethyst, 1. Gabby and Doug. Gabby, come back up here, please. Ricky and Isaac. Time to get started. Amethyst, you got 1. Avery's got 1. Guys, I'm trying to get started. Okay, even though we have just basically 2 blanks to fill in, we got I had several slides, so we're going to finish page 8, lesson 78. Yes, sir. What? No, I don't. Okay. So this is where we left. This is where we were going to continue on with. Number 3, page 8, down at the bottom there. Energy of electromagnetic radiation. The higher frequency electromagnetic radiation has obviously more energy. The only consequence of radio waves is that a radio antenna receives its signals. Okay, so distortion can be put in there. The waves sometimes can be run. Microwaves, slightly higher in energy, can heat our food. Okay. Visible light stimulates the human retina. Ultraviolet rays can kill cells, cause skin cancer. Your x-rays can cause damage deep into the body. That's why when you take an x-ray, they wear those shields on them to protect them, or they step outside the room. Gamma rays penetrate through many metals and cause severe damage to the living cells. So this guy, Max Planck, German physicist, showed that the energy of any electromagnetic wave is directly related to its frequency. Max Planck. The energy of a photon depends upon its frequency. And we basically just reiterated those 3 points. Okay? Did you get those 2 blanks? This next is your homework last night. Max Planck. What was what? That probably should be C right there, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. No. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Let me switch lessons real quick. Okay, there's a reading quiz. We're just going to skip it today. Okay. Sit down, please. Okay, let's go with a little bit of review. Shh, quiet. What is the arrangement of all forms of electromagnetic radiation in order of frequency and wavelength? What? Electromagnetic spectrum. There you go, thank you. Second, what are low frequency electromagnetic waves widely used for communication? Derek, hood off, hat off, radio waves. What are waves of higher frequency and shorter wavelengths than radio waves? Microwaves. What helps transmit microwave signals over long distance? Communication satellites. What is the device used in reflected radio waves or microwaves to measure the distance and direction of a faraway object? Radar. What does radar stand for? Correct. Radio detection and ranging. Doug, enough. What are the electromagnetic waves that are sometimes referred to as heat rays? Huh? Infrared? Is that what you're after? Okay. Infrared. Ricky, turn around. You want those in the trash? Put them there. Wad them up. Here. Amethyst, don't. Amethyst, that's enough. Okay? Don't question what I'm doing. What are the narrow band of frequencies that are perceived by the human eye? Visible light. What is the electromagnetic radiation with a frequency slightly higher than the visible light? Ultraviolet, UVs. What are the three categories of the ultraviolet radiation? Okay. Which of the categories of ultraviolet radiation causes tanning? What? UVBs. Pay attention. Not sure what's going on, but it needs to stop. Which of the categories of ultraviolet radiation is the most powerful and dangerous layer? UVC. What are the high frequency electromagnetic waves used in medicine? Doug, quiet. No. X-rays. What is the most powerful and penetrating electromagnetic waves? Those are the gammas. Okay. Okay, that's enough. Lesson 79, page 9. Talking about lasers. Okay? Or lasers is basically we have the emission of photons with this. So photon is just a discrete bundle or quantum of electromagnetic or light energy. Okay? What? No extra credit. Okay, no. Okay. Negatively charged particles called electrons travel around the nucleus, the core of an atom, in what's called the electron shields, or shells, excuse me. These are any of the concentric layers surrounding the nucleus in which the electrons can be found. So each of those circles that you see on this diagram, you have the green nucleus right in there in the middle. Then you have one electron shell has two. Then you have the next one, the next one. So each circle is what we would call the electron shells. In this, you have what's called spontaneous emission. That's the process where a single photon is emitted by an excited electron. Okay? Excited, they use the term here because it's excitingly wanting to join up with another shell. Pay attention and stop talking. Spontaneous emission. So the extra energy excites the electron by kicking it up to the higher energy level. The excited electron is unstable at the higher level, and then soon is going to be reverted back to its normal original level. But as it drops back down, the electron must release the energy it gained. Okay? So when it's kicked up, it's getting that energy. As it falls back, it's losing its energy. So the electron emits a photon through what's called spontaneous emission, where a single photon is emitted by an excited electron. Thus, we bring into these categories your fluorescent objects. Objects that glow with brilliant colors when illuminated by ultraviolet light. Yep. And number 2, Fluorescent objects. Okay? And Isaac will like this next picture. Okay? Phosphorescent objects. Okay? Glow-in-the-dark objects that emit an even higher energy level. So Isaac, shh, Doug, 10th grade, stop. So Isaac, the only thing I can say is let the force be with you. Okay? Okay? So we have spontaneous emission, and then we have stimulated emission. You guys just want demerits today, don't you? Stimulated emission is the process that occurs when an excited atom is struck by a photon, and then it emits 2 photons. Okay? Instead of emitting just 1 photon, the electron will immediately emit 2 photons, and then will fall to the lower level of energy. Einstein called this process stimulated emission. It stimulates its process or progress. So Albert Einstein, this gentleman, is the scientist who predicted stimulated emission and formulated the theory of relativity. So we come to the laser. A device that generates and amplifies the higher energy beams of light. Come on, guys. Albert Einstein. stimulated emissions must be more likely to occur than the photon absorption. It's an unusual occurrence because the electrons are normally in the lower energy level where they absorb photons, not in the excited state. So, okay. This gentleman, Theodore H. Maiman, an English scientist, or American scientist, excuse me, constructed the first laser. This was just a simple device consisting of a 1.5 centimeter rod of pure rubber, mirrored on the both ends, surrounded by a powerful flashlight lamp, which was encased in a metal box. You have the Ruby's laser. Only could produce pulses of laser light, pulses. So the characteristics of a laser light. First of all, it's monochromatic, single frequency. It's coherent, monochromatic. Okay? It's coherent, which means light waves are in the phase and move in one direction, causing them to interfere constructively with one another. Constructively means that two waves are joining together. It's also extremely intense. What do they call them, Isaac? Okay, that's why the lightsabers can cut somebody in half, because they're extremely intense. But a phaser can blow somebody up. It'll never end, man. It'll never end. What? Those are in the flying machines. Okay. Quiet. Okay, types of lasers. We have what's called the optical pumped lasers. This is where atoms are pumped up to excited states by an ordinary flash bulb. What are you after? That's fine. I'll let you do that. Okay. Helium neon lasers. An electrically pumped laser that produces your brilliant red light. Like this. Okay? Brilliant red light. Like this. Huh? Your argon lasers. Shh. Intense beam of green light used for any medical applications. The eye doctor. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, in your movies, whenever you see laser beams, they're always red. They're your helium neon lasers. Okay? Argon lasers. Carbon dioxide lasers. Pay attention, stop talking, please. A laser which produces a powerful infrared beam, widely used in your industry. Your gallium arsenide lasers. This is a tiny laser on a chip, widely used in communication. I'm sorry? Where? Good. So, thank you. It should be letter E, because I eliminated one. Okay. I forgot to change it. Okay. Lasers in communication. You've got your optic discs, or your what, CDs, DVDs. So there's a microscopic laser that's going on to read the groove in the CD, the microscopic groove. Okay. You have your fiber optics. Techniques of transmitting light through narrow glass cables. Okay, those were your lasers in communication. Your lasers in industry. They're used to cut through various types of metal or steel. What? Yeah? No? CO2 lasers are used to cut cloth, fabric, and rubber into these designs. So if you ever wonder why in some of the clothing that you get, it's not a solid piece, it's got holes or whatever, designs on it, it's made from these CO2 lasers. Focus laser beams are used to weld tungsten and titanium together. Yeah, they probably have them. They just don't use them because people wouldn't use them properly. Okay. And they thought they had problems with guns. Okay. And I'm in favor of guns, but if they have problems with guns now, and they use lasers, then what would they have problems with? You would definitely have depends upon what, possibly with the type of laser, it could just majorly burn you, okay? CO2 lasers used to bore holes in your diamonds, okay? So not only the cloth, but diamonds. Argon lasers, these are lasers in medicine, used for eye surgery. CO2 lasers are used for scalpels for surgery. Because it's science. Huh? That's an infected tooth that they've cut the skin above it in your gum, and to get to the root, basically the root of it. Okay. Lasers in combat, okay, are used to direct smart bombs, to guide missiles to their targets. Remember me talking yesterday about the Desert Storm War? This is what they were using. Okay. And then you have your holograms. See, Isaac? See, Isaac, I thought about you. Holograms are just your three-dimensional images produced by a laser light. So how do they work? How do they work? It's produced using two laser beams of identical frequency. Quiet, please. Hey, enough. The first beam illustrates the object. Second beam shines directly on a photograph plate. The laser spread each beam into a broad cone of light. Okay? The photographic plate, that should be plate, records the pattern of the constructive and destructive interference. And then you have a three-dimensional hovering image of the original object that appears with all the depth and scale of the original object. Go for it. Your homework tonight, 8.3, reading pages 205 to 210. Okay? This again will go on next, Austin. This will go on next quarter's grades. Okay? So, but turn it in tomorrow. Okay? DLs, that's going to conclude today. Have a good day. Take care. We'll see you all later.